changes to the hybrid NCOP room, and so that's why they've brought us here. And luckily, the section 194 is not meeting this morning. So I'd like to welcome the board of Eskom, led by the chair and the former chairperson, Prof, was joining us via the virtual platform. So this is you can't move it because of budget votes. They've plugged it in. Yeah, that's why we did not want this venue. So budget votes are taking place here as well, thanks to the fire. So we'll bear in green, colleagues. So welcome to Eskom. I think just for context is to say, we did meet with Mr. Ruyter on the 26th of April to have a discussion pertaining to the allegations that he made in a TV interview with ENCA, which aired on the 23rd of February. The allegations he made relate to corruption, criminal activity, and maladministration at Eskom. Some of the allegations are new to the committee, while some had come to light in prior engagement and during the Zondo Commission into state capture, and of course the report. So Mr. Ruyter's written submission to the committee relating to action taken by him to expose or let any law enforcement agencies or persons in corruption, malfeasance, and misuse the new board of the intelligence operation or the privately funded intelligence report of Eskom at a meeting held at Learning in November 2022. This becomes key in determining whether there was any compliance with sections of the PFMA relevant to the prevention and disclosures of any material losses through criminal conduct and any irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that occurred during that financial year. The former CEO also stated that given his resignation at the end of February 2023, he is not in possession of documents and other material that remain in the possession of Eskom or in the hands of the law enforcement bodies to corroborate or substantiate some of the allegations. Excuse me. The meeting with this former CEO did shed light on certain matters. However, there was a lot left unanswered on the alleged criminal and unlawful activities that have resulted in the misuse of public funds. The purpose of the meeting today, therefore, is to find out from the board the extent to which they are privy to the allegations made by Mr. Ruyter, as well as to take the committee into confidence on what steps they have taken to deal with the alleged criminal and unlawful at Eskom. Having said that, I want to draw your attention to that. I don't think this meeting will be difficult, because on the 26th of April, shortly after the meeting we had with Mr. Ruyter, Eskom has noted that nothing that is not already dealt with by law enforcement agencies. Eskom remains steadfast on the fiber of the company. So that said, it's quite clear that about if it's not new, then we shouldn't have any problems. So that's the main thrust of why we are here. And none was disputed, it's just not new. So if it's not new, what have you done about it? So colleagues, I think let's then get the presentation from Eskom, and then we will field the questions. Prof, there are matters which Mr. Ruyter pointed in your direction. When we come to the question and answer session, if there's anything you'd like to state, we will give you an opportunity to start with the board to make their presentation. And then after that, we'll give you an opportunity to make any comment or statement that you would like to make, and then we'll go to questions. So, Mr. Chairman, welcome to you and the board, Advocate Tim TV and your team. Thank you very much again for being here. I know we have actually detained you in Cape Town because of these matters, and we appreciate your continued and constant cooperation with our work. So, Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Morning to the honorable members of the House. I'm also joined here this morning by colleagues, fellow board directors, Dr. Claudel van Eck, who chairs the Human Capital and Rewards Committee. Also joining me this morning from the board is Ubabe Ubeginchalinchali, who chairs our Social Ethics Committee. We also wish to greet, taking cue from you, Advocate Mutiwa and the colleagues from also Ketamishe, my elder, Prof. Makhoba, my predecessor, with whom we worked closely at the beginning of our term in terms of handover. And so let me start by acknowledging the invitation that we've received from the Parliament Standing Committee on Public Accounts, COPA, to afford us as Eskom, especially the board and the executive colleagues, to shed light on these issues that, as you've indicated, rose out of the former chief executive, and also following the television interview that the nation saw on ENCA, in which he made allegations as already set on the record. Honorable Chair and members, one of the key thrusts of responsibility that lies before the board is to restore the reputational integrity of Eskom and to eradicate the scourge of corruption and the effect that this has had on the culture of Eskom. Any board, similarly, any executive leadership, especially if one were to ask, what are the key responsibilities of a chief executive? Any chief executive, whether they're in the public or private sector, has three primary responsibilities in fulfilling their duties. The first is to drive the business or the entity that they lead in terms of the numbers, be it the technical numbers or the financial numbers. So the second part of the duties of any chief executive is to ensure that there's the requisite enabling culture.
Chairman, sorry. Guys at the top, I know that you are trying to help, but your conversation is not assisting us down here. Sorry, Chair.
So the second part is to create an enabling culture that ensures that there's a functional corporate culture that allows for proper operations of that organization. And the third part is having built that enabling cultures to ensure that they lead people so that you drive performance of that organization. It's the numbers, it's culture, it's people. Any board of directors, once they assume office, they equally have a clearly defined set of responsibilities. One is to satisfy themselves that there's the right leader to drive the organization in terms of ensuring that there's a chief executive, an executive team in place. Secondly, any board has a duty to ensure that there's a strategy in place that defines the direction that the organization is taking. And then thirdly, to ensure that there's the requisite performance measures put in place to ensure that results are. And so in doing all this, central to this culture, in strategy, they also say culture eats strategy for lunch. And so matters of ethics, matters of reputational integrity and all that are a joint responsibility of any executive management and any board to ensure that the organization that is being led is led from a platform of solid values and integrity. And it is in this context that as board, we take this responsibility very seriously of ensuring that we outroot any remnants of corruption, especially corruption by the environment of state capture that we saw over a period of 9 years in our country. We therefore, in this journey, are grateful for the active support that we've seen from key stakeholders such as government, particularly the security cluster, in terms of following up on key reports, arrests that would have been reported either by the previous board or the executive team. We've also seen our trade union, organized labor, generally also business players in Assam with Eskom along this journey. In terms of addressing the issues relating to why we are called here this morning, and therefore also with reference to the utterance, I think it's important that I also summarize what we did as a board following the appearance of our former chief executive on the ENCA television interview on 22nd February 2023. After that interview of 22nd February 2023, the board convened a special meeting to discuss the implications, ramifications, and utterances that our then outgoing group chief executive had made in that interview. When the board sat, the board afforded Mr. Ruyter an opportunity to put his perspective before the board. And in that conversation, he acknowledged that that interview had taken place. In his words, he stated that if the board considered the contents of the interview to have caused embarrassment to Eskom, that he would be agreeable to a variation of the terms of his then notice period, which was 31 March 2023, after we had extended end of service date from 28 February 2023, as per the letter of resignation that he had submitted on 12 December 2022.
Chair, I'm assuming you're going to send us what you read in the statement to accompany the presentation. I think it will be helpful for purposes of.
I'll gladly do such. Okay. Upon his recusal from the board meeting, the board deliberated on the matter. The board arrived at a view that some of the utterances that he made had brought the company into disrepute, and therefore resolved to agree to the variation of his notice period to the original 28 February 2023. The board further resolved then to release him forthwith from the obligation to serve the remainder of his notice period at that time, and released him with immediate effect. Recognizing the impact that this would have had on employees, Eskom went through quite a comprehensive program called the Empower You Plan, and the objective was to firstly introduce him as the acting GCE until a new GCE is appointed, to stabilize the environment in Eskom, to ensure that any panic among employees would have been allayed, and the human capital division I will send it because I'm reading it as I'm speaking right now.
I'm worried because it's got key reference points which require us to so much read this thing and failure to have it advanced is a disadvantage.
All right, no, that's fine. Chair, let's momentarily, okay, let's momentarily pause and have it sent because the presentation we received is this one.
The presentation is following, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
I acknowledge I will send it. It's still in handwritten notes. I'll send it to the team to have it cleaned up and sent.
All right. So what is saying? It's handwritten notes on his tablet. Can we proceed?
Chair, can I just get clarity? I assumed that we specifically invited God to narrate to us actions taken after the interview. And that information can't be presented to us now. It would have been best, Chair, if that information was given to all advance in line with the presentation that you said. Now to change the sets of questions based on a presentation and focus on what is relevant, because that which is reading is the relevant information that was not preview to us.
I agree with you, and that's why I made the interjection earlier. It was the only presentation we got was this one. But what I'm saying is, yes, let's hear them out. They're here. So I'm saying, take notes, colleagues.
No, Chair, I think what I'm trying to drive at home, Chair, is that why will we not finish, which is what we want, not what we have been sent. If we can get that clarity and break with an understanding why the relevant
It's a fair question. Can we get a response to it?
So in any of our appearances, I always give remarks. It has never been in the past requested that my remarks be part of the record. So I recognize the request of the House. And as I said, these are still handwritten. As I'm speaking, I will send them through to colleagues at Eskom and they'll be made available before we leave the House.
Today, in the context that we had asked you to come and appear to present on the issues around Mr. Director's interview and comments that he made. So it can't just be opening.
I think they've muted me. Linda?
in the context that those public statements are not a submission.
And shortly.
Honorable Liz.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to detract from the importance of this discussion, and it is important, and I assume that we'll get a written submission soon enough. But Mr. Chairman, we have been told, I think, about 2 people sitting there, but I don't see the acting CEO sitting there. And isn't he a member of the board? I'm just wondering why there are so many people here. Are they members of the board? And what is their function for being here? And why is the acting CEO not here, if I'm correct?
Okay, just guys at the top here. Hey. Right, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, respectfully, Chair, that's part of my opening remarks. I will address it in the opening remarks. I've been stopped in my tracks in the middle of getting to exactly that point.
No, I don't think that's the outlook to say you've been stopped in your tracks. The point is that you have began making a substantive presentation on issues, and the question was, so I think, to contextualize it as being stopped in your tracks is a mischaracterization of what happened. Members needed a clarity with what are we dealing with, and all we have received is this.
No, Honorable Chair, responding to the question about the acting
just
CEO.
Let me finish. This 11-page submission, which is for all intents and purposes about 8 pages in any case. So let's hear this opening statement. It's being read into the record. Hear it to its conclusion. And what I'm asking colleagues, as inconvenient as it is, can we take notes of what has been said? And then we will get it when the chairperson is done so that we can make progress. Let's hear them out.
No, Chair. I think there must be some form of admiration that what the chairperson of the board is getting into is substantive enough, even more than what we have, more than this thing. And so it's more of justice to say, if it's contained in the electronic version, you just press the button for us to have the presentation. That's the piece that we are somewhat with. And that's what we must live with, in a way, you know? Absolutely, there's no hassle. Why do we have to create hassle? Yeah.
What we'll do is it's 10 o'clock. Can we give you time? We'll assist your team to get those notes that you said you will send what you're reading. So we will adjourn for 15 minutes to sort out this, and then we will reconvene at 10:15. So Stormy, please assist the administrative team of Eskom, and then we get who's here. Okay, Honorable Bukes.
I think before we break,
Just your mic closer.
have an indication of who is available here or who is here, because there's a lot of people. And also, Chair, I think the invite was specific. So I really, to come and give us something this and now we get this. It's not good enough. But I think before we break, can we know who are here? First, Chair.
I want to prevail on your colleagues. The chair said he's coming to that in what he has. So let's give him that opportunity. He said he's coming to who's here and who's not here and the reasons. So let's convene in 15 minutes at 1:15 so that we can have the submission before us. All right. Okay. chairperson of the board of Eskom to proceed. Colleagues, you all fine? And then we will take it. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was on the bottom of your page 2 of the document you've received, where we were talking about how we were proceeding with a program within Eskom after the exit of Mr. De Ruyter to help stabilize the environment, allay panic from amongst employees, in terms of the impact that that incident would have had on the organization.
May I suggest to you that we start at the top of page 2 in addressing the issues of corruption, that just below the Eskom logo, page 2. It begins sentence in addressing the issues relating to corruption and specifically with reference. That's the first line.
Yeah, so, Chair, then let me start page prior to have free flow then. What we've been saying at the bottom of the previous page that you're citing is where we were saying that we remain grateful for the support that we receive from government and the security cluster in terms of all the cases that had been reported, that we are grateful for the support and the alignment that we have with our employees, organized labor, business stakeholders, especially with regards to key supply chain players that we've had to, on an ongoing basis, engage. And then on the following page of your document, at the top, it talks about this sentence that you're referring to, that in addressing the issues relating to corruption and specifically with reference to Mr. De Ruyter's utterances, we then met and took actions as the board of Eskom. And in terms of that action that we took as the board of Eskom, we, as I indicated previously, we met as the board soon after the 22nd February 2020, soon after the February interview, and on 22 February the board convened a special meeting to discuss the contents and the utterances that our then outgoing GCE would have made in the interview that he had regarding Eskom. At the commencement of that board meeting, Mr. De Ruyter was afforded the opportunity to speak and give his perspective in terms of what had taken place. He confirmed that indeed that interview that everybody saw had taken place, and he stated that if the board considered any of the contents of the interview to have caused an embarrassment to Eskom, he would be agreeable to variation of term in terms of his notice period, which at the time was 31 March, and that notice period would then revert to the non-extended date of 28 February 2023, this being in line with his resignation letter of 12 December 2022. After he recused himself from the board meeting, the board deliberated on the matter, and the board came to the conclusion that some of the utterances he made brought the company into dispute, and therefore resolved to agree to the variation of his notice period. That's my concluding remarks. I'll clarify this further. The board made further then resolved to release him from forthwith from his obligation to serve the remainder of his notice period with immediate effect. I've already spoken to this few points on the Empower You plan, that after the exit of Mr. De Ruyter, then we embarked on the Empower You plan, which was led by our human capital team, to ensure that Mr. Caleb Kasim, as the then newly appointed acting GCE, would be able to engage our internal audiences, mostly employees, mostly our trade unions and everybody else involved ground up, to ensure that they felt a good sense of stability and comfort in terms of their task of driving security of supply and the overall ongoing improvement of the business performance of Eskom. I'd like to just speak to a summary of what then we found as a board in relation to the allegations that he had made, and why we felt as a board who arrived at the conclusion that his utterances would have brought Eskom into public disrepute. In the handing over of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into state capture on 29 April 2022 by Justice Zondo, subsequent to that, Eskom then created its own internal task team on state capture. And as at that time, Eskom and the Special Investigative Unit, SIU, had already recovered up to 2 billion rands in Eskom funds that had been unlawfully paid out, for instance, to Deloitte, McKinsey, ABB, and Miagra Transport CC. And so the board was informed in depth, the new board, of what the previous board had done in terms of oversight around that state capture task team. As you will recall, the new board assumed office in October 2022, a few months after the task team had been put in place. That report of the task team had already been submitted in July to the Public Enterprise Department, which the board had sight of. So in terms of what the board knew about any of these illegal allegations that had been made, that was contained in that report. And so when the board said the then GCE had brought the company in disrepute, it is because a good number of the allegations that were tabled misled the public as if there were new developments that had been shared firstly with the board. That was not the case. Secondly, it would have misled the public in indicating as if though there was no action taken internally by Eskom and all concerned. Because if one looks firstly at issues of consequence management, since the establishment of that state capture task team, a lot of disciplinary hearings had occurred inside Eskom. In the public domain, it is known that in the period around late September, mid-October, a good 26 former executives, including a former acting chief executive of Eskom, had been arrested, had appeared in court in relation to the allegations that were made. So there was nothing new when Eskom made a statement that there was nothing new. It is because already these matters were already in court with regard to the 26 executives that had been arrested. In terms of the ongoing work of the SIU, in November 2022, I think around that time also we came to Scopa, and the presentations of both the Hawks, the SIU and Eskom should be on record on Scopa's recordings, where we also reported then that approximately 1 billion rands had been recovered from SAP. So again, these are matters that are already on record in this very house in terms of the appearance that Eskom made in November 2022. In terms of past Eskom board directors that were classified as delinquent, there's ongoing work that is being put in place by both Eskom and various professional bodies, including the Register of Directors at CIPC, to render them delinquent as directors. And that process is ongoing, and it's in the hands of those agencies to assist Eskom. If I then go back to the speaking notes, I then cite there that further to this internal state capture and corruption task team that followed after their sessions, we asked, following those assertions, we asked the internal state capture and corruption task team to look further into whether indeed there were any other matters that the board may not be aware of that could not have been cited in all these various documents. The board further resolved that it is important that in keeping with exercising our fiduciary duties and responsibilities, that an independent legal panel be appointed where you could have perhaps a senior counsel or someone senior in the legal profession that could revisit everything that has been done to date by both the internal state capture task team and any other investigations that Eskom would have done internally, to look at whether there's anything further that the board should be doing in line with exercising its fiduciary duties and responsibilities. And where we are with that independent task team, it is going through the normal procurement processes of ensuring, led by our head of legal, who sadly couldn't be with us today. She's suffered ill health. She's bedridden as we speak. But the process is underway to ensure that that independent panel is appointed, reporting to the Audit and Risk Committee chair of the board, to ensure that a full and comprehensive independent investigation is conducted so that we can, as it were, connect the dots and ensure that there's nothing left unhandled in line with our quest to eradicate corruption inside Eskom and any forms of wrongdoing. So, Chairperson, working together, I'm certain that all of us can assist in ensuring that we turn around the organization, that we restore Eskom to its former respect in terms of being a top power performing utility. And this is our commitment that we firmly are resolute to execute as the board. So with this said, we welcome this opportunity to engage SCOPA today. Chair, allow me then, as I invite our executive colleagues to then enter into the realm of the presentation we sent, to also inform this committee that Mr. Caleb Kasim, who's our acting group chief executive, could not be here today because he's in China. As you may recall that last week when the minister issued a statement that he was going to China, we subsequently requested whether we could postpone our appearance, I think a week ago. And so we had hoped that the delegation would be back this week, but we were given today as a date, and we thought we would not delay this further and come through with the executive capacity that we have. Ms. Pule, who's the delegated fill-in for Mr. Kasim, could also not be here today because as in her full-time role as the executive head for human capital, she's right at the peak of the annual negotiations as chief negotiator for Eskom with our industrial relations negotiations team. And her absence in that negotiation process would sadly have hampered that negotiation team's ability to deal with the critical issues today. So she has delegated Mr. Sohomo Joskiepers, who heads our transmissions division. He's sitting to my left, who will then be the executive member of EXCO that will lead the executive presentations today. So to my right also, we wish to inform, as we've done so with public statements, but we wish to inform the committee officially. We now have a new head of generations, Ruyter, sitting to my right, Mr. Pegumalo, who is the new head of generations. As of end of April, the role of Chief Operating Officer has ceased to exist in Eskom. It became redundant in line with the process we're embarking on of separating the three divisions so that generation has got its executive and its divisional board, transmission in line with the anticipated changes to the electricity framework is going to be an independent national transformation company, SOC, with its own divisional board. And then, of course, distribution will be the same. So there's no logic to having the role of chief operating officer, having, among others, oversight on the generations fleet. So with that, Chair, allow me to then invite Mr. Skeepers to take us through the presentation. And once more, we apologize for the inconvenience at the outset, where one may have taken it lightly that my remarks didn't need to be submitted in writing. For that, I wish to apologize. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Right. Let's get the presentation, and then we'll go to Prof on the platform. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Skippers, over to you.
Chairman, good morning to you and to the honorable members of the House. Thanks to my board chairman for his introductions. My colleague will flash our presentation, Chair. We had submitted a fairly detailed presentation, and we just have a summary that we'd like to run through with your permission. Perhaps also, Chair, just to point out, I had made a few remarks, and we've also requested that those be submitted should you wish to look at them, but I won't go through them verbatim. I'll just highlight a couple of points that I think are important. The chairman has indicated already that our head of legal is unwell and couldn't be here, and Mr. Nxumalo has been recently appointed as the group executive for generation. And the point of highlighting that specifically, Chairman, is that many of the allegations that are in front of you seem to lie in the generation space. And Mr. Nxumalo has to find his feet and get fully updated with some of the issues and the progress and assist with addressing these challenges. In addition, Chairman, as the House is aware, these alleged criminal and unlawful activities are very serious, are sensitive, and they are complex. And as a result of the investigations, which normally involve various law enforcement agencies working closely with Eskom, as the chairman has indicated, these matters are typically handled by the group chief executive, the head of audit and forensic, the head of legal and compliance, and the head of Eskom security. That implies that other people may be involved only on a need-to-know basis. And the implication, Chairman, of that is that not everybody will be privy to the information around these sensitive investigations, but the executive team is here to answer to the best of our abilities what we may be able to clarify and shed light on. The chairman has indicated that there is an investigation in progress regarding these allegations. Still early days, but that is important work that has to be done. That means we may not be able to answer all the detailed questions at this stage. But in normal form, progress updates will then be provided in the passage of time. Chair, coming to some of the specific issues in broad terms though, this reference to gathering of significant information from an intelligence-led operation, and that among others refers to at least 4 cartels operating in Mpumalanga. The members of EXCO that are here were not privy or involved in the commissioning of this investigation, so we don't have the detail around what transpired there. And the report by the private investigator, we do not have access to. That's what we have established so far. Chair, the report by Mr. Ruyter that was submitted to yourself highlights various allegations of theft of fuel oil, of coal, of infrastructure. It highlights procurement irregularities that deal with inventory or buying out of contract and so on. We may not be able to deal with every single one of those allegations in detail. However, we will share what we are able to today, noting, as I've indicated, that an investigation will be undertaken to get to the facts, so that what we report to yourselves is accurate and complete. Chair, lastly, there's also, and I think that is what maybe the members also referred to earlier, that we provided a few details in the slides that we submitted, and on reflection, some of these are things that would even feature in the quarterly report that Eskom would be submitting to SCOPA. So perhaps it's why the chair indicated this may not be what we are looking for, and we are now mindful of that. Based on
but
our
skippers, that's precisely the problem. So you've now what you've decided on how this should proceed for us. No, that we will report then. I'm not sure I follow. So
yeah, not at all, Chair. What I'm saying is what we know, we will share here. But we are also saying there is an investigation and work in progress to ascertain some of the other facts and allegations. Thank you, Chair.
all right, no, that's fine. Proceed. Let's hear you. Are you going to the presentation?
Yes, sir. We are getting there right now. So, Chair, thank you very much. I will then go to the presentation. But, Chair, just to reiterate what the Chairman has indicated, from an Eskom management perspective, we are working hard and committed to turn around the organization, and we will certainly do our very best in cooperating fully with the House. So if you could then move to the presentation and go to the next slide. So that is just the overall slide in terms of the contents. If we move to the next one. Chair, I think this is now common cause that we have noted the matters raised by our former Chief Executive through the interview with Anneke Lassen on ENCA, his submission to SCOPA, and other testimonies that he's made to the House. We are able to respond partly, as I've indicated, to some of the facts and figures based on our preliminary investigation or analysis, beg your pardon. But we would also confirm, Chair, that we're not aware of this investigation and the privately funded investigation by Mr. Fivers that Mr. Ruyter has referred to. And that's why, Chair, we're saying some of those questions perhaps Mr. Besby, but the Eskom investment to respond to, which we may not be having available today. If we can proceed to the next slide, please. Chair, so this slide talks to the matters that relate to procurement. The Chair did not introduce the full delegation. Our Chief Procurement Officer is with us today, and I would like, with your permission, Chair, to just ask her to run briefly through this slide around some of the work that has been done and is ongoing with regard to the use of free text and the alleged irregularities around that. Gentry? If, with your permission, Chair. Thank you, Gentry.
Good morning, Chair and members. So the first item we're looking at is the issue that Mr. Ruyter put in terms of the excessive use of free text. And in fact, free text, maybe before we get into that, simply means that when you're buying something which is an item or material, you're not using your codified or catalogued reference when you're making that initial requisition. And it becomes an issue later on because you cannot compare market prices, you cannot see if you have enough of that items on store, and it sometimes is then treated like a brand new purchase or a new item being purchased. So indeed, we can confirm that, before 2020, the use of free text was quite excessive in Eskom. So each time a buyer or a requester needed something, they would just simply type out their request instead of looking at cataloging. But we have actually confirmed that from 2020 onwards, we had put a 5-year plan to make sure that Eskom catalogs all of the items that we're procuring and actually make restrictions on the ability of procurement and end users to use free text. to the extent that over 80% of the contracts itself need to start being catalogued. And actually then we could have the benefits of looking at historical prices, see if these materials are available in other stores, and actually see if the prices paid for those items are in fact in order. We can confirm, Chair and members, that we've made significant progress since 2020, and that free text as we know it in Eskom has actually been stopped, except in cases of emergency procurement or urgent procurement, and that has got separate controls in terms of cataloguing to be able to purchase there, and therefore we then purchase materials, as well as all new contracts have to be codified so that we can actually see the prices of those materials that we are going to do that. So we've made a lot of traction in this regards, and we've resourced a centralized team as well as put catalogers all over sites to be able to do this, and therefore free text as was an issue in 2020 is no longer an issue in Eskom. We also, in conjunction with the issue of free text, started to automate some of our solutions in terms of encouraging people to look for materials, simplifying the cataloging of materials so that we don't purchase things that we don't need to do so. Chair, I must also confirm that if we use free text, as we've used in the past, it does not automatically translate into corruption or fraud, but it creates an opportunity because we're not able to do those analytics and checks on individual prices. So Chair, on free text, and there I think we've largely solved the issue. If we can go to the next slide, please. Chair, the next issue that I would deal with is the issue of inventory management. And of course, the fact that it is indeed true that in FY19, Eskom had to do a large write-off in terms of materials that we could not correctly locate in the stores when we were doing the surpluses and the deficits. Then I can that we had issues, and these doesn't necessarily mean it was fraud and corruption, but we could not find the material because stock movements are not always captured and there's discipline issues there. We can confirm that we made a significant change from FY 2020 in terms of the amount of material that is not correctly located, etc. The current figures we're looking in FY 2023, which is subject to final audit, is around 92 million compared to the 1.3 that was 3 years ago. So you can see the numbers are decreasing significantly, and we're now having a more regularized basis of actually making sure that we have free text issues and the issues around materials and locating the materials. One of the underlying reasons for that, in particular in generation, was the lack of resources. So we have put in an augmentation project, which has taken place for the last year. We've put additional resources to do cataloging, to do cycle counts on a monthly basis, so that the issues of finding and locating material and only buying material that we actually need is actually now in place in each of those sites, and that's why you're seeing a significant drop in terms of the amount of material that could not be located. Chair, thank you. If we can go to the next slide, please. Further to that, the main reason that stock movements and discipline around that thing, the stock and the stock counts were an issue, is that we don't have fully digitized systems, and we're currently rolling out across 3 sites in generation and extending further to the whole of generation, barcoding, RFID, and enhancements to our SAP systems. These are underway. The teams are working on them. This will make a significant difference in terms of being able to identify, locate, account for the min-max numbers, and actually deal with stock and inventory issues. And this automation progress that we will give feedback on a quarterly basis, but it will also help us in terms of the warehouse augmentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane 3. Chair, the other matter that has come up in the submission by Mr. Ruyter relates to the non-technical losses of theft of electricity. My colleague, Mr. Monde Bala, who's the head of the distribution business, will talk to this slide, Chair. Monde.
Thanks, Mr. Skevers. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. I think in as far as the issue of electricity theft, we have been implementing quite a number of interventions within the business. Some is more field operational, some is on the system side, and a lot of it is more on the with our collaboration with the law enforcement. So yeah, it comes in many forms. The issue of electricity theft, it comes in the forms of illegal connections, it comes with the form of tempered meters, and it comes in the form of illegal vending, or what we refer to as ghost vending. So what the organization has done to deal with the issue of electricity theft, we have a strategy that we're working on. We call it a 14-point plan, whereby we deal with meters, meter audits, meter maintenance. We deal with monitoring of the payment of the purchasing profiles for individual customers. We deal with the issue of removing of illegal connections. This obviously with the assistance of law enforcement. On the illegal vending, we are in the process of replacing our platform, our vending platform, because this is, we see, is where the bulk of the leakages are taking place. We are all aware of people that are purporting to be selling electricity. You buy for 50 Rand, you get 200 to 2,000 units. So we, those issues, when we do pick them up, we follow them up through our head of security with the law enforcement agencies. We do have quite a number of cases that are in the courts where people have been arrested and are currently going through the court processes. We do have some of our own employees that have been arrested for facilitating or enabling these crimes. And yeah, I think the main issue for us that we're focusing on now is on replacing the platform, the current vending platform. Lastly, Chair, we also have embarked on an intervention where we request communities now to assist us to deal with the issue of electricity theft. We have launched our community cooperatives intervention, whereby we collaborate with local authorities, with tribal authorities, with business communities, and with all other social formations, whereby we seek their assistance in dealing with the scourge. Over and above that, we are working closely with government, Chair, and the municipalities to increase the uptake of the free basic electricity, to ensure that those indigent households and communities actually do get access to their free basic electricity. Thank you.
Thank you, Monde. And Chair, second last, I think there are matters that relate to theft of fuel oil, among others, which relate to our power stations. Mr. Numalo will talk us through this next 2 or 3 slides, Chair. Becky, thank you.
Thank you, Ndadesco Skippers, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, and the Board. Good morning. Chair, there were some allegations made in this context in terms of the 100 million per month lost at power station, in particular Tutuga. So, as we were trying to assist to answer to the committee on this one, we looked at to say, because each of these stations have got a budget, so that the committee can get the context, because maybe while we acknowledge there's been some areas where these employees will work with some criminalities, which is some of those cases are already with the police. But in particular at Tutuga, we put there to see what was their budget, so that at least this 100 million per month, it might be something that might not be. And then we also gave the actual to see what happened on each of these years as well, so that at least the committee can have a sense as well of the quantums of that. So the main issue, Chair, on the technical side, especially at Tutuga Power Station, was the issue of the performance of that power station, as well as you could see on the numbers there from financial year 22, 21, and 23, that also it talks to say when you're operating at those levels, then and also subsequently the number of trips that the power station had, because as part of the regulations to run these boilers, when you have to start the boilers, you need to use fuel oil. So there is some part of the excessive usage that is attributed to that. And then most of what we are aware of in terms of those criminal elements, the police and our security team, there has been some arrest that has been made on that. I think it was more also to say the quantum of 100 millions per month. It was a bit far from the budget of that one particular power station. That's what we try to clarify it on this one as well. Let's move on to the. I think similar things with the two stations that were mentioned, which is Majuba and Grootvlei. There we have had, Grootvlei is one of the stations that was earmarked for shutdown, and then there was less investment made on the maintenance, especially on what we call the milling plants for both Majuba and Grootvlei. At Majuba, after we have dealt with the milling plant, because what happened then, if the milling plant performance is low, you need to support the boilers with fuel oil as part of the what we call the regulations for firing the boilers. So that's where most of the fuel oil was going as well, which we are now also turning around, and shortly after we have also contracted the OEM to deal with the maintenance of the mills. Those boilers are running at higher load, and then we have seen the reduction as well on the usage of the fuel oil. That's the context to say there has been some technical reasons why so much fuel oil was used on these stations, and then while acknowledging that there is some cases that have been opened with the police and arrests that have been made, especially where people will collude criminally, not offloading the whole truck in the power station, offloading parts of that. But the police and our security team are assisting us to deal with those matters, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, Nadia Skippers.
Thank you, Becky. Honorable Chair, if we can then go to the last slide. Our head of Eskom Security, Advocate Karen Pillay, will then talk to this slide, Chair, which is the last in the summary pack. Karen, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Skippers. Good day to you, Chair, and honorable members of the committee. Chair, I would like to bring to your attention as head of security, we certainly have been engaging with the authorities since 2019 to bring to the fore the specific threats and risk facing Eskom from a crime perspective. I think various interventions have taken place with the likes of the SAPS, the DPCI, the NPA, the State Security Agency, as well as the Special Investigating Unit. In response to some of the allegations that have been made around coal theft, fuel oil and diesel theft, a special project has been initiated in Eskom, driven through private security investigations. But this also necessitates, Chair, due to the complexity of the crimes being experienced, that we would have needed the support of law enforcement agencies. Hence, in July 2022, the Energy Security Priority Committee was set up through the NAC joint structure, and this committee was intended to support Eskom in terms of interventions for crime prevention and detection. Unfortunately, Chair, this was quite a tedious process to have the structure formally constituted. However, in January this year, there was a revival of the structure, now headed up by the SAPS, jointly chaired by the State Security Agency as well as the SANDF. Since the inception of this particular...
I don't mean to engage in a question and answer session, but I think it's only fair you unpack what you mean by tedious, given the gravity of the situation. I'm not engaging in question, I just think unpack what you mean by tedious.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, I think in light of enlightening the committee that was constituted at the time, there was a clear indication that this required a multidisciplinary approach, which then warranted the need to engage the different government departments and agencies in order to support a strategy that would be necessary to then intervene on some of these matters. So, Chair, on this slide, I would like to share with you, in particular, some of the successes that we have on record, and this is from January 2023, and I will highlight other areas of successes that may have emanated as early back as April 2022. So, in response to coal theft and illegal coal yards operating predominantly in the Mpumalanga area, there have been joint projects initiated with the support of Eskom and information sharing that has taken place. And as a result, Chair, more than 50 illegal coal yards and dump sites have been identified in the Mpumalanga area. Insofar as the complexity of crimes are concerned, there is certainly an indication of an organized element that exists, and as indicated and alluded to by my previous colleagues, certainly does involve involvement of internal resources, Eskom employees and contractors, as well as external parties. For this reason, Chair, specific cases have been escalated to the Organized Crime Unit of the SAPS, and to date, Chair, we have 44 arrests that have been affected. We have reported since April last year 83 cases to the DPCI, of which 76 arrests were effected. There are 12 organized crime cases of various nature that have been referred to the Asset Forfeiture Unit as well as SARS for further probing, and at least 5 criminal kingpins have been identified linked to syndicated activity, predominantly around coal, fuel and diesel oil. Chair, as a result of the integrated approach that has been adopted, we have also, through the assistance of SAPS, engaged with DMRE and DFFE, and this is where the disruptive and enforcement activities are taking place in response to some of these illegal dump sites, and at least 5 notices, enforcement notices, are issued by these departments during joint operations. We have also provided various levels of intelligence on scrap metal dealers that we've identified who were recipients of Eskom products, that being copper cable, transformers, etc. And as a result, the SAPS has also supported Eskom to conduct enforcement visits to at least 20 scrap metal dealers since January. More than 100 kgs of stolen copper has also been recovered during these operations. At this present moment, Chair, I can also report that various visits have been undertaken by the likes of the Private Security Industry Regulator, the State Security Agency and NKP Regulator to assess security at all Eskom sites, with the prioritization being the national key point facilities. There is also an intent, Chair, to also visit the other critical substations across Eskom, and these visits are planned to commence during this month. We have also seen increased force levels at Eskom sites, and this has been through interventions that we have put in place and engaged with the NAT joints in particular. As a result, we've had at least 530 SANDF officials deployed in Mpumalanga and Limpopo, in particular at the power stations. We have also actively commenced with the vetting project across Eskom, prioritizing specific areas like procurement, finance, IT, security. To date, Chair, we have more than 350 applications that have been submitted to the SSA for this year. We can also put on record, Chair, there are more than 20 joint operations conducted between Eskom and the authorities to address various levels of crime, from your illegal connections right down to ghost vending and other infrastructure theft and vandalism incidents that we have been experiencing. So, Chair, in conclusion, I would like to say that through the efforts being put in place by this joint committee, we are certainly seeing a lot more sharing of information and more directed interventions at addressing crime within Eskom. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Karen. Appreciate it. Honorable Chair, that brings us to the end of the summary presentation that we had put together, and we are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I almost said acting CEO. The CEO is in China. Is that with the DPE?
Yes, Chair, as indicated, he's part of the minister's
Isn't that a visit
delegation.
of Transnet and locomotives?
There's Eskom matters as well.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Says there's Eskom matters as well. We're going to go to Prof, the former chair. Prof, Mr. Director, in his submission to us, in page 13, writes as follows. I'm not sure if I should go to the preceding. I'm going to go, yeah. He says, I also reported the matter to the then interim chair of Eskom. I also informed the new board of the intelligence operation at a meeting held at Eskom Academy of Learning in November 2022. Furthermore, on July 5, I attended a meeting with the NAT joints at the SAPS College in Pretoria, where I shared high-level concerns about corruption and theft in Eskom with the National Commissioner and his staff, and offered to make available the intelligence to designated individuals. So I'll stop there on that one to say that in the preceding paragraph, Mr. Director speaks about this intelligence gathering private investigation, wherein he also indicates the officer who was designated by the National Commissioner has had full access to all the intelligence gathered and has stated that he has kept his line command informed. So I think, Prof, we just want to start off on the issue of the intelligence report, and I'm going to come to Eskom to respond to what Mr. Director says, in that he informed the new board of the intelligence operation at a meeting held at Eskom Academy in November 2022. So I just want to clear those, and then we'll come to questions. Prof, I'll hand over to you now, and thank you for availing yourself. If there's anything you'd now like to present to us, and then a response to the matter that Mr. Director has put to us, and then Bab Somyo on standby, you first off the bat. Prof, over to you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members, and the new board of Eskom under Mpumakwana. I think the head of the SIU, Advocate Mutibi, and all those that are attending to this meeting. I have read, I think, the invitation that I'm here to assist, I think, the committee in maybe understanding what really took place, I think, during my term as interim chair. I want to make just a couple of points as follows. What I've heard from the presentation from the board of Eskom today doesn't contradict what Mr. Director has said, because in his own presentation, he alluded to all of these issues, and he did make a statement to the effect that progress has been made. So he didn't articulate in details as to what we have heard around oil fuel, around free tax, but he did indicate that progress had been made, and these were issues that concerned, I think, Mr. Director during his term. The second point I wish to make is that if SAPS and the Hawks had done their work effectively and efficiently, we wouldn't be meeting here as a committee today. I can discuss that maybe in broader details when I get to be cross questions. Thirdly, that the issue that Mr. Ruyter undertook was an operational matter because Eskom at the time was besieged with sabotage and corruption, and we were not getting any, mileage from the law enforcement agencies. I'll cite maybe just a simple example. I remember 1 or 2 meetings that Mr. Ruyter had with the former director of prosecution leader, Advocate Prunier, where we were concerned that we were reporting matters and we were not getting any mileage or any returns. The Hawks were not doing what they are supposed to be doing. Not that they were not investigating, but they were just taking too long, almost lackadaisical about what needed to be done when Rome was burning. And this was repeating itself in a number of ways around cases that were being reported either to the SAPs and to the Hawks with very little action. And as board, we were concerned that, our crown in the jewel was being destroyed when we have a security cluster that seems to be asleep, and these were matters of concern. And these concerns were raised, I think, by the board as to what action is actually happening. And we left this matter to, I think, to Andre Ruyter as part of management because we regarded them as operational to deal with. I think that's the first thing. The issue of the SAPs, the law enforcement people, I think they let us down and they've made us to be where we are today. The second point that I need to address is that indeed, Mr. Ruyter did inform me, so I can confirm that and I can and address the details of that. I can also confirm that I know that on the 5th of July, 2022, Mr. Ruyter did inform Mr. Mufumadi and Honorable Mr. Pravin Gordon on the 5th of July. And on the 16th of July, Mr. Ruyter took Minister Kele, Minister Godan, and Minister Mantash to Tutuka for them to have first-hand information of what corruption and sabotage means in a single power station with the president. And later on, I think the president came to meet, I think, some of the power station managers at Megawatt Park to discuss what he had learned, and he was obviously very much engaged in that. So the president had been briefed on the 16th of July. Now, fast forward that, then on the 9th of February this year, the president made a statement at SONA, and I want to read this and then ask a question. The president said, the SAPS has established a dedicated team with senior leadership to deal with the pervasive corruption and theft at several power stations that has contributed to the poor performance of these stations. And mark these words, an intelligence-driven operations at Eskom related sites have so far resulted in 43 arrests. Which intelligence-driven operations were these that led to 43 people being arrested? And when you listen to what I think the security director at Eskom talks about arrest and what changes have happened, it seems like the SAPs and the Hawks have only woken up after they've had this intelligent-related information. As interim chair board of Eskom, I never received any evidence or documentation, but nevertheless, I did get the message word of mouth. I also would confirm that the ExCo at Eskom was not privy to what was going on in terms of this intelligence gathering. That is my contribution to this, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Prof. So I think pointedly, you were informed that an intelligence operation was underway at Eskom.
I was informed, and I think the Minister of Public Enterprise was actually the one who brought this matter because of the word Eskom was besieged, and he said to Andre, you know, you have to gather some intelligence somehow. He didn't say it must be done in the manner that Andre did it, but he said we needed to gather some intelligence to be on top of this problem because load shedding was increasing, criminal activities were increasing, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, that much I'm aware, and I can confirm that. And I hope whenever Andre gets a platform, he can also be able to say that.
All right, thanks, Prof. All right. Finally, I'm just Eskom Board. Mr. Ruyter says he informed you of the intelligence operation in November 2022. And then Babsomi will come in.
Honorable Chair, thanks. No, that is not correct.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for these reports. And welcome to the board, the leadership of Eskom, executive, SIU, and our colleagues. The chairperson of the board has given us some introductory inputs in as far as Eskom issues are concerned. And in the footnote of that trust of his report, he writes, disclaiming the verbal injunctions in as far as that report is concerned. And if you would recall in the chair's input, he was talking to his notes. What does that mean? In essence, you have spoken to us, and at the end of it, you disclaim the elements of what you have said. What does that mean? Just help me to understand in the first instance. Because I want to ask questions on what you've said.
Honorable Chair, I need to be assisted in terms of the statement where we're being asked, referred to have disclaimed. I'm not clear what the question is.
The last part is the last line of what you circulated. It's got a disclaimer. I think he just wants clarity on that.
No, I think that would refer to the fact that clearly I did not read on things that may not be written in this statement, if that's what the honorable member is referring to.
No, Chair. That is a very telling sentence.
The disclaimer says the statement above excludes any verbal statements made during the sitting of SCOPA. So, for instance, when I spoke about the acting CEO being in China, it's not written here verbatim. And many other things that when you make a presentation, you do add context as you speak. And that's what the disclaimer means, simply.
No, Chair. Disclaim means something else. You see, when you present a disclaimer, it means, therefore, you are not owning to. And in this instance, we are sitting here listening to you. You are giving us this kind of a report. And on the bottom of it, you are disclaiming what you have said. And if that is the case, you ought to have written it differently in a way which I would want to persuade you to use a different term than what we have used in as far as this sentence is concerned.
Through the chair, we're happy to be assisted with the correct word, but the simple intention is that members must recall that in the process of rendition, other remarks that are not written were made. That's simply
That's
necessary.
the best format that we could provide, because once you disclaim, it means you're not owning what you have said verbally in as far as an inclusion into what you have written down. So I want to persuade you to change the sentence to mean inclusion. This would include whatever I said verbally as part of the statement.
We take that advice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then my question goes to say, I think on what the chair has asked, on what the executive has referred to, the executive is explicit that we don't know or know were we involved in what Mr. Ruyter has referred to as the intelligence investigation in this instance. It hasn't spoken about operation. I'm not referring to the former chair. I'm referring to what has been said by the executive. I'm still going to the former chair on the same matter. Your executive is explicit. We know nothing. But as a board, we are silent in terms of your knowledge or otherwise of what Mr. Ruyter has referred to and the chair has referred to in terms of the meetings that ensued where you were informed about the existence of this kind of a report.
Through the chair, I've said categorically the board, the new board,
yes,
has no knowledge or had no knowledge of this intelligence report. The first time that the board got to hear from a hearsay point of view was when there was that article by Amapungani indicating that they were in possession of the intelligence report and that they were going to publish it in installments. We are on record as directors. We have a group chat in Teams between the board and execs. You know, Microsoft Teams allows you to create group chats, where the board members said, where is this intelligence report? And the executives categorically indicated they have no sight of it, they have no knowledge of it, including our head of legal. So as the board, we don't have anything in writing, in report, in any format that articulates the details of this intelligence report, other than what we've read or heard of in the media.
Okay, thank you. So it means as Eskom, we don't have that information. There's no such information that we have as a record as an institution, Eskom.
I state once again, we don't have possession of that intelligence. It was not an Eskom process, as even Mr. Ruyter has indicated. It was a privately funded intelligence gathering report. So there's no formal documentation in our board documents that speaks to that report. We don't know about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To the executive then, are there any elements of that report that would have driven you to act otherwise? Are there any elements of that report that would have driven you to act otherwise? And what are those areas that you have acted upon which relate directly to the report? This is the GCEO, head of the institution, the head of the acquisition of such information, actions to be taken, directed to the operations of the institution. Are you aware of any actions that would have followed immediately after that report has been sourced?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Perhaps 2 points I just need to highlight, and I will ask Advocate Pillay to comment. I think what I have highlighted to the House is that in the ordinary course of this type of investigations, very few people are involved. The head of legal, the head of audit and forensic, the CE, perhaps the head of security, and perhaps an executive that might be pertinent to that investigation. As an EXCO, these issues have never been tabled at an EXCO meeting that I'm aware of. It may be that in my colleague's functional role, she may be privy to something or the other, and I will afford her the opportunity to comment. But this is really the extent of what we can remark on. Karen, if you'd like to comment, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Skeppers, and through you, Chair. I would just like to also reiterate that insofar as the intelligence-led operations conducted by the former GCE, Mr. Ruyter, is concerned, I, as head of security, was not privy to any of the reports from that entity. Neither was I aware of activities that were being undertaken by that particular group. But Chair, what I would like to highlight to the committee is that on the 5th of July, I was present at the time when Mr. De Ruyter addressed the NAT joints in particular, at that point headed up by General Masimula, who was the then Deputy National Commissioner of Police, and who was acting or who presided in the stead of the chairperson of the NAT joints, where Mr. De Ruyter briefed the committee on a potential threat on Eskom infrastructure, in particular acts of sabotage directed at the entity, which then necessitated that law enforcement assist to then safeguard the likes of power stations as well as critical infrastructure such as substations and pylons. Mr. De Ruyter spent time at great length to share with the committee the impact that acts of tampering with plant and equipment had on the stages of load shedding and also exacerbating the situation. Chair, at that point in time, I think it was clear that the committee had accepted the briefing of Mr. De Ruyter, which then resulted, as I mentioned earlier, in the priority committee being set up during mid-July. Chair, we were very cognizant as the security component within Eskom to work with the authorities in particular, just for the record, Chair. As Eskom security, we are private security and therefore are obliged to act within a specific mandate, and that mandate has various limitations to it. For example, we're not authorized, Chair, to conduct intelligence operations. This is a mandate of the state, and when we become aware of matters that require the interventions of the like of crime intelligence or the state security agency, then such matters will be escalated as such. Chair, in response, insofar as investigations are concerned where we do gather information through our internal investigations, that too, Chair, will be shared via the structures. So under no circumstances, Chair, did we prepare, participate in, nor present any intelligence report. What I would like to also add is that based on the interventions through the NAT joints, during the course of August 2022, a Brigadier Berger was assigned by the National Commissioner to engage with Eskom. I was one of the parties that was invited to a meeting with Brigadier Berger where he requested particular information from Eskom pertaining to incidents of crime within the organization. And I gathered then, Chair, from the request that was provided that the intent was to probe specific areas of criminality as well as the organized crime within Eskom. Whatever reports were made available to Brigadier Berger, they were done in consultation with the then GCE. I can confirm, Chair, that in our position there were no secret reports or intelligence reports as such. I can also confirm, Chair, that whatever was shared with the structures was also shared with the Department of Public Enterprises, as well as the JCPS cluster and other entities that had interest in criminal matters within Eskom. Thank you, Chair.
So just in a second. So you say, as a head of security, you are not at all aware, and you know as a fact that that's not in your purview to indulge, to act in a manner in which the intelligence legislated institutions would deal with matters of such context. I think in your words.
Chair, through you, I would just like to confirm that in my role as head of security, it is incumbent on me to cooperate and liaise with the agencies insofar as their mandates are concerned, and that is what has been done, Chair. At my statement around intelligence gathering was in particular in response to the company that was utilized by the former GCE. I certainly did not have that in my purview, neither was I consulted nor engaged on in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are you aware of a security company which was procured for its services immediately thereafter?
Yes, Chair, through you, I can confirm. After the notification was made to the NAT joints around the threat, there was a request for us to safeguard the infrastructure of Eskom, in particular power, and I can confirm a contract was put for specific infrastructure within Eskom.
To the head of procurement, you are making reference to your policy of procurement in as far as the applying matters, the free of somewhat making use of that kind of a system. If you could probably confirm that, is it within a SAP-related system? Is it a SAP-driven system?
If I can come in. So free text is a way of capturing, yes, within SAP, a request. So under ideal conditions, you should not allow free text in that an end user can describe in their own words what they want. So what we have done is blocked the ability to put in free text or a long-winded description when you want a material. Rather, we request that you, if you're buying something, that it gets catalogued or codified if you wish to purchase it. And that's with regards to materials, not necessarily services.
Yes, thank you very much. We are aware that there's been some interventions by National Treasury which have given rise to Note 3, implemented somewhat in April. And subsequently, you have made some kind of appreciation statements around that kind of enactment, and which has made a number of waivers for occurrences in as far as procurement is concerned. Can you comment on the existence within that process of your reviewal of your procurement policy, which has been confirmed by the GCEO, of some form of a privatization of some elements of procuring certain services he has referred to. I'm paraphrasing what he has made in his statement around areas of procurement which are handled privately, not within the Eskom system. Are you aware of such, and are they such being part of your procurement system?
So, Chair, if I can deal with the first portion on the waivers. So, with regards to National Treasury Instruction 03, it's not so much a waiver as in it's the rules now for all state-owned entities. So I think we welcomed the fact that National Treasury was cognizant of the delays in processing expansions and deviations that may lead to have an impact on operations, in particular, the power stations, etc., to get contracts or procurement by other means dealt with. So in that regard, National Treasury's instruction notes have changed it. The accounting authority takes that responsibility, and we report back to National Treasury within 14 days of each expansion and deviation within those thresholds. So that's not so much a waiver as in a new way of instruction notes that apply to everybody. When it comes to this comment on privatization, in the best that I know, procurement is done by internal people. We have no outsourced procurement. We have instances where we augment resources in procurement and supply chain with additional staff on site. We have no external systems. The systems are SAP, and we only use SAP. We don't have any outsourced systems. Even the tendering it's either through National Treasury, which is allowed, or our own SAP systems. There were talks about different models, in which case we could have dealt with generation and the pervasive issues in generation. But I can confirm, in conjunction with my colleague Becky, we are dealing with those issues and the shortcomings in site, insofar as bringing in more resources, training the resources, and dealing with the shortcomings in the processes and procedures. When it comes to exemptions, departures, or applications, we're working very closely with National Treasury, DMRE, DPE, in the Nat Joints Workstream 4, which meets every week, to look at the extent to which regulation notes or anything in terms of legislation is actually slowing down generation's ability to actually procure the goods and services and maintain the things. So in that regard, we take it quite seriously that we don't actually go for departures if we can actually fix our own procedures and our policies in that regards. So in terms of Eskom, its policies and procedures are aligned to National Treasury instruction notes, etc. The departures, if we ask for, could be on a case-by-case basis. For example, if we want to get an exemption against certain localization restrictions, we would go to the DTIC for that transaction only, not a blanket exemption for all local content. I think we also welcome the PPR, because the PPR has also simplified the way we're doing work. So I can again confirm there is no presentation in terms of privatization or any plans in terms of the procurement and supply chain staff, certainly not from my side or in any meeting that we've held to that instance. Thank you.
So on record, you'd say what Mr. Ruyter has referred to does not apply at Eskom?
That is correct, Chair. So we said we've augmented resources, which means we may have individual service providers topping up. So we have buyers on site, and every site has buyers. We may have additional buyers, for example, that come from the service provider, but those service providers work according to Eskom's rules and regulations. So I can't say there's no outside company, but there's no privatization as such.
Thank you. The question to the former chairperson of the board. In his confirmation, is that we are where we are, or Eskom is where it is currently because of the failures of SAPS or Hawks after they have had meetings, even with Advocate Cronje on matters of a serious nature of criminality at Eskom. Would then that statement seek to confirm that the chairperson of the board, then chairperson of the board, and then board are aware that there has been intelligence-related investigations that were taking place, and that would have been sanctioned by the board, as they would have known that there's such a kind of investigation existing at Eskom?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me first respond this way. These operations were declared as operational matters and not for the board. What the board was worried about and frustrated about was the lack of action from the SAPs and the Hawks in the way cases were reported to them, and very little action or very slow action. And we never said that they never did anything, but it was just too slow, and people were impatient and saying, we're not doing anything as a board, the executive is not doing anything. So the executive and the shareholder said, there has to be a way in which we must try and get on top of the matter. And that must be left to the executive, and that executive was headed by Andre. Now, I'm aware that I think when he decided to gather this intelligence, he decided really to do it on his own without involving his executive. And I can confirm that when they say that they didn't know, I know that at least he had told me he wasn't going to, because of the leaks and because of the low trust that existed, and because some Eskom people were going to be involved in being, I think, investigated in the matter. So that is how it happened. The board, as a board, did not sanction a particular request, as I say, because this was an operational matter, and he had the authority to deal with that as the GCE of the company.
So you maintain that he has authority to conduct an intelligence operation as the GCEO of Eskom. So your responsibility then as the chair of the board was to sanction it, as you are saying, as an operational matter, that some intelligence operation must be conducted by, that's what you're saying.
Now, let me explain to you. I've been a CEO, and there are certain intelligence things that I had to do because of the operational issues when I was at the university. And I would not go and request permission from the council of the university. And I can tell you, for the experience of it all, if you were to ask many CEOs, they have private funds, they conduct these matters, and only when they are significant and they've got information, they go to their board or they go to their council, whatever it is. So if a matter is deemed operational, it is within the sphere of the chief executive to deal with it as he deems fit. And when he decided it is appropriate to go to the board, he does that. We don't have a GCEs that are really there to be controlled by the board. The reason why we appoint them is because we think they are competent to run the organization, make decisions that are appropriate, and come to the board for guidance and strategic direction, not to come there for their operational observations. That's how I handle the matter.
Now, through you, Chair, the former chairperson of the board is saying he was aware, the board was not aware. As the chair of the board, he was aware, and the board was not aware. The board of Eskom remains an accounting authority. the denial of an accounting authority on matters of accountability is itself an act of dereliction. And in this instance,
I don't agree with that.
and then in this instance, you deny the board the information which is necessary for the board to act on matters which are very crucial, on an institution which is failing in a number of instances. Well, where we are in darkness, or where we are in systems failure, or where we are on operational collapse of an institution which has been given into the board members appointed to oversee the entirety of operational efficiency of an institution like Eskom. Knowledge of assistance to assist that institution to operate accordingly and in a manner which is going to assist the actual existence and the core function of the institution like Eskom.
I understand what you are saying. I'm only telling you what took place in reality, that once the board deemed this an operational matter, it was the responsibility of the GCE to do what is necessary to be done. And I'm saying this, I have done that myself in the position of being a GCE. So this is nothing unusual to be done because he was operating in the interest of the organization himself. And he had to make those decisions that I couldn't make for him as to how he handles it. And as I've indicated to this honorable house or committee, the shareholder was aware of this.
Okay, so you wrap it up because I'm trying to manage time.
My last point, Chair, is that was that responsibility to the GCEO pointed out, sanctioned by the board or by you, Prof, as the chair of the board. Can you clear me on that? That okay. The board has got a knowledge of this.
Okay, yes. Let me clear you, honorable member. The board of Eskom that I chair was concerned about the company being besieged with corruption and being besieged with sabotage. And obviously because the GCE and some of its members would report incidents of sabotage and incidents of corruption that were taking place. And we kept on saying to the management, come up with, yeah.
Prof, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think pointed the question is, was what you have said insofar as being aware and their operation, what you deemed an operational matter, was it sanctioned by the board or by yourself as the chair? So I think the question is seeking to clarify, was the board aware that such an operation would take place, or were some members of the board aware that this operational matter would be rolled out? We've noted the concern that you had with Hawks and SAPS and so on. We share that concern after yesterday's shambolic presentation to us.
I think to answer the question properly, the board was aware that there is corruption and sabotage and wanted the executive management, the GCE, to come up with solutions to that. And that's where I think I can leave it. It was not really for the board to say, go and do the following, but we wanted answers from him as part of, or as the leader of the executive management.
Okay, it's fine, Prof. We'll come back to that. Okay, let's move on, Babsomyo.
I rest my case.
All right, colleagues,
Yeah.
I'm worried about time because also the venue constraints which have been advised that whilst the budget vote is at 3, we need to clear the room by 2. Yeah, so I know that Babsom has had a back and forth, but can I ask that we try and at least put a set of questions and then come back with follow-ups? Time is really, really against us. Please, 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 please.
Chair, that arrangement didn't work yesterday. I think what Honorable Some has started with, it's very progressive, Chair. I plead with you.
Yeah, I'm saying put a set of questions and then you come back with your follow-ups immediately. All I'm saying, I'm just worried about time.
I'm saying there are a lot of questions that one needs to get answers and move on. If we put all of them, when they respond, they don't respond to all the questions.
All right. We're going to be done by 2. You're going to have 15 minutes each here so that we make 2 o'clock. So the quicker you put them, yeah. All right, fine, Honorable Hadebe, I will not interrupt you. You have until 12:30. Yeah. Then Honorable Van Minen, you'll come in.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me start with the former Chair. He says the board was concerned. And then he also alluded to the fact that he was told about the intelligence report, but in your own words, you said it was a word of mouth. You did not see the actual report. After having been told word of mouth and rising from your concern, you didn't see it fit or necessary to get the report and its finding in order for you to be able to be comfortable that indeed certain issues were addressed and this is how these issues were going to be addressed. You didn't see that necessary. I'm raising this based on your fiduciary responsibility enshrined in Section 50 of the PFMA.
Can you read that section for me so that I'm able to answer the question properly?
As the accounting authority, you must exercise due and utmost care in ensuring a reasonable protection of the assets and the records of the public entity.
Thank you, sir. I did not deem it necessary at the time because I was, what happened was that when I was given by word of mouth, I'll tell you what I did say. I did ask Mr. Andre de Ruyter, have you discussed this matter and received guidance from the Minister of Public Enterprise? Have you shared this matter with anybody in the Office of the President? Have you shared this information that you're sharing with me with the Hawks and with the SAPS? And he said to me he was going to do that because at the time he did not have the written report. So yes, I did try and get that, but I couldn't get it because it was not ready. But I wanted this matter to be addressed urgently as I could.
When exactly was that word of mouth shared with you?
That would be around the middle or end of May in 2022.
But there was a meeting in July where he made an undertaking to make a report available, and that meeting was also attended by your head of security, which took place with the net joins. So at that time, the report was already available. So meaning you had sufficient time to get the report when it was made available. Why didn't you do that? Because other law enforcement agencies were finished with the report.
Well,
so after having interacted with the former group chief executive in May, you did not make other follow-ups after the report was concluded?
No, I made follow-ups. The follow-ups were as follows. I wanted to check with the group's GCE whether he had actually informed the police because it had to do with PRECA. I had to check with him whether he had informed the shareholder because that also is a very important, and whether the president's office knew and the Hawks knew. And that came later on, as I say, to confirm that those procedures or those processes did take place. But at that time, really, I didn't think that it was necessary for me because this matter had to be dealt with as like you report it once you know that there is corruption and sabotage and so forth to the law enforcement agency to investigate further. That's all that I had to do.
So you wanted everyone else to be informed and not yourselves as an accounting authority with the responsibility to protect the assets.
No,
that's what you're saying.
No, that is not the case.
You insisted wanted to know. What is the case? You said you insisted in making sure that this person is aware and this is reported. So you want something that you don't know to be reported in order for that thing that you do not know to be actioned. Is that how the executive authority operate? Report this without knowing what it is. And you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the assets of that state-owned entity. And you said it yourself, you were concerned about corruption. Now, when the report comes, you just said, report this there, and you don't want to understand the gravity and the extent of the findings within that report.
No, I thought that the report would be provided to me when it is properly ready, but these processes had to take place before I could have the report if the GCE did not have the report to give me.
But I'm telling you, it was ready on the 5th of July, 2022.
Yes.
And you didn't see it fit then to get it?
I didn't get it, yes.
Why?
Because it was being handled through the processes, the law enforcement processes, that's all.
Chair, I rest my case. Let me proceed to other questions. To the new board, when the interview took place, and this is what Mr. Director said. Everywhere there was resistance to implement controls, conduct investigation, and to implement disciplinary actions. As we've uncovered more and more and more, it has just become clear that the rot was much worse than I anticipated when I took over. He went further to mention issues of cartels. He went further to mention people washing money with 18-year-old expensive champagnes. He went on further to mention issues of the car dealers in Mpumalanga Highveld. And when you had an opportunity to sit with him in your agent meeting, and he went further to mention the informants and operatives, suggesting that he got an intelligence report, you didn't see it fit in that meeting to ask him to furnish you with the report and all the information in his disposal. All you deemed it fit and necessary was to terminate his contract. Did you act in the best interest of an organization by letting him go without furnishing you with the necessary information?
Thank you, through you, Honorable
And
Chair.
I'm asking this on the basis of what we are asking you and you are not privy to. Right now, you do not have the intelligence report. And he did mention on an interview about informants and operation which uncovered certain things. And that on its own should have alerted you that when there's informants and operations, that can only be done if there's an intelligence operative taking place. So don't you think in hindsight, what you did was prematurely without getting the necessary information? Because by now, we would have been discussing completely different matter in relation to this intelligence report.
Through you, Chair, I think it is speculative to assume that Mr. Ruyter would have willingly, voluntarily handed over any of this intelligence report to the board for exactly the reasons that the former chair has articulated, that it was done almost clandestinely, privately, outside of the purview of board protocols. The clear process that any chief executive would follow under the circumstances. When we assumed office in October 2022, a chief executive worth their salt in this instance would have said in the very first status sitting with the chair of the board, these are the critical issues that I have before me. One of them is this matter. Let record reflect that since assuming office, I've met with Mr. Ruyter on Tuesday fortnightly status meetings every morning of those Tuesday fortnightlies. And the reports that I got would have been more or less comprehensive by any measure. So it would have covered all key aspects of the organization, save for this one. Two, even on the day that I met him for the very first time, remember the day where there was some dodgy thing under his seat that he felt he found, which later turned out to be a tracker device. It was on the first day that I met him when we assumed office. I never got any comprehensive report from that. He mentioned it in passing, and that was it. Another critical matter which the board has had to investigate independently is when the matter of the cyanide poisoning was also reported. As the board, we never really got any comprehensive information. Again, that was investigated out of the same resource kitty, now we know with hindsight. Honorable Member Khateba, I don't think that the board at that time would have had the benefit of what you feel we would have had, because there was no intention on the part of the chief executive after 4 months working with the board that points to the fact that we would have received that report. Equally, sir, if I may finish, Mr. Ruyter came before this august House of Parliament. And quite honestly, if there was intention to release that report, this would have been the place. And I don't think even this House had the joy of being supplied with that report. So from where we sit, hence we said we would appoint independent legal counsel in line with our fiduciary, exercising our fiduciary responsibilities, to ensure that independent of us as the board, independent of the executive colleagues, the board would work with that legal counsel through our Audit and Risk Committee so that a comprehensive investigation can be conducted so that we know the bottom of what really transpired. And so that's what we intend to do, and we will still get to the bottom of it independently in that manner. Thank you very much.
Chair, are you aware of the 4 organized cartels from 60 to 70 who are well trained and sophisticated? Are you aware of that report?
That report has never come to my desk. It has never come to the desk of any board committee.
Are you aware of an Eskom buyer that was arrested for defrauding Eskom and was released the following day and nothing happened?
No, I don't remember receiving such a report.
Are you aware of the 1 million per month fuel oil corruption, and 2 buyers were identified? They were arrested and released on a 500 rand. I mean, I think it's 500 rand bail. Are you aware? And later on, nothing happened. The matter ended there.
Again, sir, the burden lies with the
No,
one.
I just want-
No, we're not. The
Exactly.
burden lies with the one who alleges.
No, I'm trying to.
Because the one who
Okay,
tabled that
it's a-
information.
Wait.
I
It's
should be
okay.
allowed to.
Wait.
I should be allowed to finish my response.
Wait.
I just wanted to say.
Wait. The latitude that I don't come in between should not have a slinging match now. So I'm trying to manage time by avoiding to say chairman, Hateb, and so on. But at the same time, manage it in a way that it remains civil and cordial.
Indeed,
Please.
sir.
Okay,
And I plead with the
I-
honorable member to allow us to respond to his questions.
You have responded to my question. I wanted to highlight something. These are the matters that were raised in that interview. And in your response in a statement, you said nothing new that was raised. And all these things that I'm asking you, it's things that are raised by him, and you are not aware of them. Yet you have written a statement that there is nothing new. I've asked you, in hindsight, don't you think it was prematurely for you to let him go without understanding these things that he has raised, because you don't know about those things, yet you have issued the statement that there's nothing new. Clearly there is something new, because you are not aware of the 4 cartels. You are not aware of Eskom working tirelessly, arresting Eskom buyers, fuel corruption, where 2 buyers were identified, arrested, released with a 500 rand bail, and the matter ended there. These are the issues raised in an interview. You had an opportunity to ask your group chief executive to unpack on these things. What you did is to release him. So I'm saying again, having information that you were not privy to, you were not privy to a lot of things. I could have go on and on, but because of time, I've just limited my question to only these 3 instances. Were you not interested in finding out more detailed information about this organized syndicate killing people in Mpumalanga each and every day, as alluded to by Mr. Ruyter? You did not see it fit for you to get detailed information from your accounting officer on those issues.
Am I allowed to respond? Through you, Chair. Honorable Hadebe, the matter of cartels and all that predates this board's time. It's already documented. It is already in the investigations that the Hawks and the SIU are investigation. So there's nothing new, sir. It's already documented. Secondly, honorable member, the matter of, for instance, Tutuka, we've said in this very house in November, through the words of our then Group Chief Executive, Mr. Ruyter, that the power station manager Tutuka is one of those power station managers that come to work wearing a bulletproof vest with his family under police protection. It's on record in this very house. And it points to all those investigations that purportedly Mr. Ruyter was citing in the interview as if though they were new matters. These matters have already been reported to this very house in November 2022 when we came before SCOPA. The investigation authorities went through quite elaborative presentations, which I still have here in front of me, tabulating all those. So when we say there's nothing new, it is in that context. They're a matter of record with law enforcement officers that are being investigated right now. Our duty as a board is to then have someone independent of us, because you need to make sure that we can all be able to, with honesty and integrity, put hand to heart and say, we did not cover up anything and we ensured exactly what you're saying, that the best of interest of the organization are served. Hence, we took the decision to have an independent investigation, okay, so that dots can be connected in case anything else has been missed that we may not have been privy to. And so from where we stand, we have not neglected our duties. these meta agencies.
Okay, last one. You
Chair,
will come back.
yeah.
I'm managing time that you
I
will come
understand, Chair.
back.
I'm confused. These matters are not new. They were not aware of the cartels. I don't know which answer is correct. Because I wanted to, if the matters are not new, what have you done with the 4 cartels in Mpumalanga? Have you followed up? What have you done with Eskom buyer who was arrested and released on a 500 rand bail? Is that person still doing business with Eskom? What have you done with the Eskom buyer who was arrested for 1 million per month fuel corruption and the case ended nowhere? Have you acted on those 3 matters?
Okay, I think, Chairman, the issue Honorable Hadeb is raising is this. You met with Mr. Ruyter after he made his allegations publicly. Have you tested them? Or did the meeting say you've brought us into disrepute and he was released? So I think wholeheartedly, suspending the notion whether they are new or not, the issues that he raised would not have been of interest to Eskom to say, why is he speaking on such more greater detail than maybe could have been previously articulated? I think that's where Honorable Hadebe is. Here's your CEO going publicly, making these default position becomes to resign him. Because ultimately, let me put it this way, he was fired, right? That's what it is. Right? Was fired, right? You've brought us into disrepute. We had 1 month to go, So, but that's a board decision. But the issue here is, did you test the allegations that he made? Would it not have been of interest to you? Where did he get the information that he has? I'm just trying to bring all the elements together that Honorable Hadebe has raised without going into the specific cases. Honorable Van Minen, stand by.
Do I have your permission to respond? Thank you, Chair. Already resigned. Mr. Ruyter was not dismissed. He had already resigned. He was serving notice. And so the end of that notice was February 2023. We had previously asked him to stay on for handovers and the like. But it became clear that in that period, he was no longer interested in the broader good of Eskom. It was very clear to the board. And the board did what any board should have done. When your group chief executive no longer serves the best interest of that board as a director of the board, you need to ensure that you alleviate that risk. I know that there's a broad view that wants to position Mr. Ruyter as a victim, to position him as a whistleblower that
Can I just call order, Chair? Can I just call order, Chair?
Wait.
No. Can
I know that some of
I've
the
got
things...
just one last question,
Yes,
but
wait,
some of the
Honorable
responses
Hadeb,
are eating on my time, Chair.
Honorable Hadeb,
and are
your
not
time
answered.
is up, Val. But wait, colleagues, I know that some of the things being said may raise eyebrows. But I think at the same time, they are necessary for us to hear them, to understand the thinking at Eskom. As uncomfortable, as weird as they might be, I mean, So, but I think it's important to hear them, to understand the frame of the institution in terms of its thought process. Oh, okay. So now there's an assumption that Mr. Ruyter is being treated as a victim. That could lead to other questions as to, so let's allow it. As, we may be opposed to it, we may not agree with it. So let's hear it. Don't worry, I'm there. Let's hear it. Yeah.
Chairperson, in any organization, private or public, when a person of authority acts in a manner that I think mutual respect is important, Chair. When a person in a position of authority acts in a manner that is in contrast with the role and responsibility that he or she is entrusted with, it is common cause, if they have not resigned or otherwise, that they get suspended so that they don't tamper with whatever that gets done. An investigation is undertaken. Once they're exonerated, they then either come back or whatever the consequences are. That is globally established practice. I don't see why and how any good authority in terms of the executive authority of the board would have let an individual who was clearly no longer acting in the best interest of the organization linger on in the corridors of that organization purely because you wanted to test the allegations. We still have the wherewithal to get to the bottom of whatever allegations he may have said, old or new, through these investigative processes that we will be embarking upon. The truth will come out. The truth is always there, it never hides, and we will get to the bottom of the facts. From where we sit, factually, we believe we acted in the best interest of Eskom.
Okay. Right. Honorable Van Minen, Honorable Mkonto, Honorable Least Honorable Bukes, we've got time. If you just bumper like I'm bumbering you, we will still come back, I assure you. So just note those outstanding questions. Honorable Van Minen.
Thank you, Chair. We started off this morning talking about how culture eats strategy for lunch. Now, I'm rather concerned when we're hearing that the past group CEO was asked to leave earlier than his resignation date because he was embarrassing the organization. I think what's really bringing the organization into disrepute is the apparent deep reluctance, not just of the law enforcement agencies yesterday, but also of the actual board itself to investigate matters. But to start at the beginning, we were told that the actual people who are investigating various allegations, as well as the current acting CEO, the acting CEO, and various other people aren't even here. And there was a list of things you were told the people who are here are not particularly up to speed on, including the cabals, a lot of the issue about the fuel oil, and the people who are working on a need-to-know basis. Now, what concerns me is that this matter is really hitting the news and has for quite some months. And here in Parliament, when we have a meeting with the board, it appears that a lot of the people who should be here to account and who would potentially have the information that we need are simply not here. So I'm deeply concerned about this process and about how seriously the parliamentary process has actually been taken at this point, because it seems, and we saw this yesterday, and we see it again today, there seems to be a willful ignorance about what actually is going on, what was reported, what is in the public domain, and it's certainly very, very difficult to determine what, if anything, is actually being done about some very, very serious allegations. So, to kick off my questions, looking at the board's presentation that they brought, there seems to be some very serious denials going on. In terms of the information that is out there and that was highlighted by the previous GCEO at the meeting here 2 weeks ago, I want to find out from the board, in terms of the 1 billion rand, which is claimed to go missing from Eskom every month, do they deny that's happening? Do they deny that there's a problem at Tutuka? Do they deny that there are cabals in Mpumalanga? Or are they simply claiming that it's old information and thus will be classified as nothing new?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Feminin. My humble submission to the House and to yourself, Honourable Member, we need to demarcate the answerability that should be before this committee from all the various agencies that the former chair and other members have cited. So the task at hand for us is to keep the lights on as an electricity utility. When we meet challenges, obstacles, we report them to the requisite authorities. as this new board, since January 2023, when we started participating actively in the NECOM and seeing the traction, we saw good traction of in excess of 2,000 dockets being processed in that sphere by the security cluster ministries and the requisite law enforcement officers. And so from where we stand, these matters are well underhand, in process, being dealt with. Any chief executive officer, any executive leader of a company should have come to the chair of their board and said to their chair of their board, there are these critical issues that worry me, and I need this or that kind of obstacle removal that the board can assist with. If this committee goes to the annual financial statements that we published on Christmas Eve of 2022, again, in there, you would see there's quite a long list of irregular expenditure, irregular practices that this board fast-tracked the reporting of, in keeping with our quest to ensure that we do a dent on any misconducts, on any irregularities in Eskom, so that we drive very hard towards a cleaner, better run organization. And so the chief executive did not play within the realm of those rules of good governance to ensure that we continue on that trajectory. The fact that there's all manner of allegations about cartels and the like, that is already before law enforcement agencies of various forms and shape. Even the previous chair indicated that that's what, in his term, prompted this notion of the need for an intelligence investigation. Now, quite honestly, we need to then accept that that is at hand. But whether there are delays or inefficiencies or whatever in those processes, they are outside of the jurisdiction of Eskom, because Eskom is not in the business of law enforcement. Eskom is in the business of keeping the lights on, and Eskom has done its fair share and its fair part of reporting that which is knowledgeable to the executives, to the board, to those law enforcement agencies. And that's how this matter should be dealt with from where we sit. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I can just point out that the fact is the lights are not staying on. And a very large reason for the lights not staying on seems to be the reluctance of the Eskom Board to properly investigate allegations which they now admit they know about. They might not have received a formal report in their pack, to quote the chair of the board, but they certainly have indicated during the course of this morning that they know about these allegations. Now, surely, in exercising their duties, they should be doing something about this. And that's why I'm really forced to ask again, other than giving us vague assurances that the law enforcement agencies are busy with it, and I think we all know yesterday the answers we were getting from certainly the Hawks and SAPs were less than satisfactory. Are they driving the issue? Are they in communication with the law enforcement agencies? What are they doing as a board to deal with some very, very serious allegations, including an allegation that at least one senior politician is involved with this? Thank you.
Do something about it, we are. And perhaps the honorable members don't like the responses we're giving, but something is being done. I said at the very outset that as the board already in February, we had a resolution taken to have both the internal state capture task team continue to expand their investigations to look into anything that may be new that is not already being addressed coming from the ENCA interview. I've said that it's on record. Secondly, I've said that it's on record that beyond ourselves, because the framework of good governance, there's that clause that is referred to in the Companies Act as the, in brackets, what did you do clause for directors. And we wanted to make sure that relative to our fiduciary duties, when questions like those that you're asking today are asked, we can be able to say, we had an independent investigator review, independent of the board, independent of the EXCO, conduct that. That is underway. So we have to now give space for those reports to be concluded so that the next installment of appearing before SCOPA, to the extent that those are concluded, we can then articulate what they tell us. So the board is doing what any board would do within its realm of its delegated authorities and powers. In terms of the law enforcement agencies, there's a stream out of the 9 NECOM streams that is dedicated purely to law enforcement. We give input there regularly as part of the steering committee that, as part of that stream reporting to the net joints, we give regular information as and when we are required to give information. But surely the House should appreciate, once a matter is before the law enforcement processes, that's now in the realm of prosecutions and arrest, and that's outside our purview. And we can only account for what we have control over within our purview. And for what we have control within our purview, we believe we're doing our best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would argue actually that law enforcement agencies are also there to gather evidence to build the case before it gets to prosecution. And that is where the what do you do clause really comes in, because it appears to be attempts to evade answering what the board has actually been doing when it comes to investigating very serious charges that have been made. There seems to be an attempt to hide behind a blanket of we didn't formally receive a report, which isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all of everything, and to merely appoint an independent investigator. What are they investigating? And what is happening with the evidence which you already, not the evidence, with the charges you admit you already know about, including the issues of the cabals, of the fuel theft, and I would imagine also, as is part of the same basket, the senior politician involved with corruption and theft at Eskom.
The matter that you are persistently raising about political players is in the public domain. It is my understanding that Mr. Ruyter would have had to go to the nearest police station and report that politician. Is that really an Eskom matter? No. He or she who alleges has to go to the requisite authority and lay the charges. I'm not sure why we want to lump everything before the door of Eskom on this one. Because quite honestly, I don't see how, as a board, we can do what we do and at the same time be players in the realm of investigations. You are right, Honorable Member, that perhaps there are other players who should be in the room. Perhaps we should have had colleagues from SAPS and elsewhere to come and answer those type of questions. But respectfully, those are not questions that the board should be answering in terms of how progress is made with arrests and law enforcement. We are not a law enforcement agency.
Van Minen, if I'm just allow me a second. But I think, Chair, you need to be fair to Honorable Van Minen and us. Because when Mr. Ruyter made these allegations, he was your CEO. Whether he had 2 days left or a month, he was your CEO at the time he made these allegations, including but not limited to a senior politician. And from where I'm seated, it therefore does become an Eskom matter, because he did not allege these things after the fact of resignation or dismissal or termination, or however you want to categorize it. I'm really neither here nor there. The point is, when he made it, he was still in your line function of authority. He was your man, was your CEO. And then he makes bold allegations such as this one, and it doesn't become an Eskom matter. We certainly don't agree with that one. If he had made them after the fact, today, next week, when he had left, sure, okay, fine, he was your CEO. You had authority over him. sit him down and have him unpack his allegations. So, yeah, so.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure, I'm just trying to, yeah.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. The beauty of this is that you have us here today when, as you rightfully point out, Mr. De Ruyter has appeared in this very house not so long ago. And I don't know if I need to remind this house his exact words in response to this very question. And so if this house could not even get him to tell this house who that politician is and what the processes are, why is it that Eskom is being put here to then be Mr. De Ruyter's spokesperson in any legal process?
You are mischaracterizing.
The one who alleges is the one that has the duty to report. Thank you.
Respectfully, you are mischaracterizing the sequence of events. When Mr. De Ruyter made the allegation, he was in a position of responsibility at Eskom. And you were his immediate supervisors as the board. Yourselves, no one else, you. And for clarity, when he came here, he has pointed us to whom now we must go to. He has said we must go to the Minister of Public Enterprises and the Presidential Advisor on that one issue of the politician. He has not pointed us to yourselves. Why? Because you never probed the matter. So it's fine, we can play the public semantic about what didn't happen and what didn't happen here, but the bottom line is, Mr. De Ruyter made a set of allegations publicly, whilst he was in a position of responsibility under your supervision. And what we have gathered up to this far is that what happened when you met with him is not to test the allegations per se, but rather to cut short his notice. So now somehow you want to place this on this side. Fine, we may take responsibility for our own shortcomings. We met him after the fact. You met with him whilst he was your CEO and you cut him short. And I don't think this blame game which you want to draw us down, Mr. Chairman, is going to assist us at all. All we're trying to gauge is the systems and operations at Eskom, as and when something happens. It could very well be that tomorrow another official makes other allegations publicly. Do they then also walk the plank? So I don't know, it's up to you, but I strongly suggest that don't walk us down that path.
With deep respect, sir, that matter was not reported to Eskom, as you point out. He indicated publicly that he reported to the shareholder, he reported to a ministerial advisor to the highest office in the land. At no point did he say, I tabled this before my board in this or the other. So I humbly request that we not force matters down Eskom's throat that should not be tabled as Eskom's matters to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand correctly, and I'm rather flummoxed by this, you're arguing that the previous group CEO alleging corruption and involvement by a senior politician, which, as you've just said, he reported to the shareholder and to the highest office in the land, is not an Eskom matter. That is something that is just completely bizarre. Of course it's an Eskom matter, and of course the Eskom board should be concerned about it. We're not asking for the name of the person concerned. What we're saying, it is an Eskom matter, and is Eskom actually doing anything about something that is very clearly one of the major factors stopping you keeping the lights on?
So, Honorable Member, Eskom does not have, suppose Mr. De Ruyter disclosed the name of the politician, suppose all this was known to Eskom, Eskom does not have the power to arrest or act on that. The matter was reported about an individual in politics supposedly benefiting from the Eskom value chain, the matter, as best as I can tell, has to be left to the law to take its course, to bring that person to book. It's not Eskom's duty to bring that person to book. And that's what I'm appealing for. We are not an arresting agency, we are an electricity utility. Let the law take its course, that person be dealt with the might of the law. Thank you.
To finish off, Chair, I want to ask the Eskom Internal State Capture and Corruption Task Team, which is tasked with investigating information that flows from the assertions made by our former ex-GCEO, and I'm quoting directly here from page, I think it's page 3 of the Eskom, the notes we received this morning when we asked for them, and the issue of the Joint Subs Task Team set up in, I think it was June or July last year, and based at Megawatt Park, and then I believe we heard it was rejuvenated in January. What is their mandate? What are they doing, and how are the two different task teams working together? And if the Internal State Capture and Corruption Task Team is not actually dealing with allegations of corruption as made by the former Group CEO, what are they actually doing? Thank you.
Sadly, the head of legal could not be with us today, but perhaps, I don't know if firstly any of the ExCo members have some light to shed on this in terms of the SCTT.
If I may, Chairman, to the board chair, no, unfortunately, I have no insight into that information. Again, I'm not sure if Advocate Pillay might have some insights, in which case she may share. Thank you.
I don't think there's anything else I can actually say to that, Chair,
so,
really.
In the notes,
I heard him referring to Advocate Pillay, so that she got something to say.
Yes, sir, if I may, I was just saying, if my colleague, who's the head of security, has something to share on the question, perhaps you would like to make a contribution.
And you'll come in, Chair. Just want to.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Pillay, if there's nothing, it's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the Honourable Member, the question around the role of the committee, that being the Energy Security Priority Committee, which initially, as I stated, was instated in July. That committee, the mandate of it was to focus on crime within Eskom, in particular the acts of sabotage, plant tampering, theft, fraud and corruption. Since the committee was revived in January, that mandate has been further enhanced to also facilitate coordination across the different government agencies, and that is with the intention of protecting the national grid. Thank you, Chair.
So if I can add, so from our reports that we received through the Audit and Risk Committee, what the SCTT, State Capture Task Team, is following up on, as I've said in my remarks, firstly is consequence management in terms of delinquent employees, as in when there's information that coming out of the disciplinary procedures, this task team coordinates the ensuring that the law enforcement agencies follow that up. Criminal proceedings is the other area that they focus on. So the 26 executives that were arrested as a result of the ABB matter was also directly linked to the work of the task team. Civil recoveries is the other focus area, where both Eskom and the SIU work with our marks, that be it in terms of the agency that deals with the registration of directors, CPICC, be it in terms of the professional bodies where people are chartered accountants or registered professionals. This task team engages with them, both in terms of pursuing them being blacklisted and also any further cases that may be outstanding. Then the last part that I mentioned was about blacklisting of suppliers, where the Eskom database is currently being reviewed, and where suppliers are implicated, this then happens on an ongoing basis. So the SCTT, from an audit and risk point of view, working in line with that board committee, from our perspective, is an important committee that ensures that all the internal mechanisms, again, to the point of what did you do, from an internal management point of view, that action is taken. And hence, we as a board felt over and above these internal investigations, we believe it's important to put another layer of an independent pair of eyes that then can overlook this as a third line of defense over and above internal audit processes, auditors, and so on, so that we're able to, at any given time when we sign off annual financial statements, to say from our fiduciary duties point of view, we also did that additional step of making sure that there's a pair of eyes that ensures that there's integrity in the process.
Mr. Chair, just to complete the loop where I started off by saying that it's really problematic that the board is here without a number of important people who could be reporting. We've now heard that legal also isn't here and can't report on what my question was. And I mean, I really just want to draw your attention and put on record that in the statement that was given out this morning, as is issued by the Eskom Media Desk, it clearly talks about the Eskom Internal State Capture and Corruption Task Team being tasked to investigate the information that came from the Group CEO. And yet here we're hearing completely different information. And I'm sorry, it's really a situation where it would appear that there is a willful refusal to actually face what is going on at Eskom. Thank you.
It can't be correct, because in my opening remarks, I speak exactly to that. That subsequent to the February interview, this task team was asked by the board to also investigate. It's there in writing in my opening remarks. We're not refusing to deal with anything. We're dealing with these matters.
Right, Honorable Mkhonto, and then Siabuya.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Chairperson of the board of Eskom and his team, and Advocate Mtivi and his team. Chair, I'll try to move away from questions surrounding the issue of the former Group CEO, because seemingly it's a bit difficult to get the required answers. Chair, part of the fiduciary responsibilities is that one cannot plead ignorant. I think we have to, as we are talking about this issue of the former Group CEO, those are some of the things that we must remind each other about. I have two questions, Chair. My questions will sound operational because the high-level questions, I think my colleagues have asked enough. Chair, we are seated with a dark country. The country is in the dark. And a CEO, a group CEO that decided to be a whistleblower, just abandoned a very high position, and he decided to be a whistleblower. I think that is very, very serious. It's a serious matter that all of us we should be worried about. So my question, Chair, would be, when did this institution realize? I hope an institution big as this one does have a risk management unit. Through that risk management unit, when did this institution realize that there are problems or there are challenges or this institution is under attack, and that might lead to the stages of load shedding that we are faced with today? And as to exactly what were the mitigation plans in that the risk management reports? It can be monthly, it can be quarterly, it can be what? Because you can see, Chair, the things that have been reported by the former group CEO, others are old, others are new, we knew about this, we did not know about, but then the institution itself, when did it become aware? Through the risk management processes as to that might lead to the situation that we are faced with. That is my first question, Chair.
Chair, I'll ask management to come in on the operational perspectives of the risk management relative to perhaps matters of, shall we call them what? Let's just call them corruption and issues that impact our operations. When we came here in November, you would recall Mr. Ruyter recounted the history of the challenges of security of supply going back to the 90s. When we were appointed in October, we put in place a board operations technical committee comprising of most of the engineers and the technical members of the board. And from a new board perspective, we grappled with the matter of how do we put in place a generations recovery plan that will ensure that we then restore lights back to normalcy. And that generations recovery plan was generally engaged with various key stakeholders. And we've been implementing it since January to ensure that in line with our allocated funds at the end of each financial year, we achieve critical milestones. And that is the generations recovery plan that has been referred to as a 2-year recovery plan, which is now almost an 18 months plan, given the passing of time, to ensure that 31st March, we achieve 60% energy availability, 31st March 23, 31st March 24, we have that ramped up to 65%, and as at 2025, 31 March, then EAF will be back to 70%. Once you start restoring EAF above 65%, you begin a dent in terms of creating stability on the grid. And so the generational executive can talk a little bit in terms of where we are with that journey, if the chair permits. And then perhaps our acting CFO, Martin, to the extent you're able to speak to any risk matters, we can request you to come in. And other executives, I've got the systems operator here, I'm sure Eskom skippers would know about this risk management in terms of keeping the systems, the transmission lines intact. So perhaps with your permission, Chair, I can ask those 3 colleagues to come in, and Eskom would be free to add other executives to respond.
I will request, Chair, that you allow that, because my next question would be how successful?
Okay, can we get to those responses? It's 3 people, please be pointed in to the salient point. That's perfectly fine.
Thank you, Chair. And Ngamalo, if you could kick off, please, on the recovery plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. I think, Chair, briefly on the recovery, like the Chair of the Board correctly said, that we are still focused on getting to 65% by end of March this year. We are currently operating at a bit of a backlog because of the incident of the 3 units at Kusile that are currently off. That is taking us about 2,100 megawatts off. So that is really setting us back. But we are working very hard to bring those by the end of the year. So that will start then to give us a breather. But currently through this winter, it's still going to be very difficult, Chair, given that also at Quebec, we are busy with for the first time this winter, we're also going without a unit at Quebec while we are busy with the life extension project there, which is critical to ensure that Quebec can operate post 2024 as well. So that those are the constraints we're currently having. But once we get the auxiliary units, by the end of the year, we will be starting to be in much better position, Chair. If I can maybe just high level, Chair, leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Ngamaro. Martin, would you like to comment on some of the risk issues, please? Thank you. Chair, the speaker is Martin Bays. He's our acting CFO. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. And good morning, honorable members. The question has been raised, what have we done around some of the risks that has been identified so far in the organization? I think since we have identified some of these risks, and also as part of the normal auditing process, what we've done, and as some of my other colleagues specifically has already, there's initiatives that those issues, specifically through the audit and finance, audit and forensics area. We have re-looked into the audit plan. They have got what we call a 3-year rolling plan. They have looked into the audit plan to try and identify some of the key areas that we specifically need to audit to make sure that the corrective actions has been taken. If I can give you a specific example that we've done, specifically around the inventory control, there we have involved our own audit function to go and make sure that all the processes and the procedures are now in place and that employees are following the audit procedures itself. In the forensics environment, what we've also done there, because of the backlog of investigations, we have actually secured external resources that can actually assist them by dealing with the backlog and trying to find solutions to some of the issues. What we're also doing is there is a lot of collaboration between the different parties within Eskom, and specifically where we can identify that if there's any flaws or any concerns around some of the procedures, that we actually update them as well, so that at the end of the day we can actually improve all the risk areas that we've identified in the business. Then, as far as the auditors, the external auditors is concerned, we meet with them on a weekly basis, and we also meet with all the parties within Eskom on a weekly basis to track and monitor any progress in terms of the audit function itself. And the purpose of that is to try and identify any areas which we can then rectify as quickly as possible. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The questions have been answered, but Chair, then the manner in which the questions are answered, it means the things that have been raised by the former group CEO might be the ones that are the nucleus of the challenges of this institution. Because my analysis is that the backlog is there, exists because the actual challenges, the actual risks that are in that institution are not the ones that can be identified internally. The ones that Mr. Ruyter talked about are the things that this institution should be worried about, should assist all of us to be able to resolve, Chair. My second question is on the legal independent panel. The chair of the board said it assists the board to execute its fiduciary responsibilities. I just want to check as to if it is independent. Does independent means how many people are in that legal panel? What are the financial implications? And are there any recommendations that have been brought forth by that panel? And are the recommendations, is this panel assisting in bringing back this country into normal electricity supply? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkonto. So the senior counsel review, as I said, is still underway, so it's not completed. And it is purely looking at these matters of, let's call it the integrity of the organization relative to what we heard being said on ENCA by Mr. Ruyter, and relative to our already existing internal investigations run by the State Capture Task Team to use a borrowed term to connect the dots between any blind spots that might still be there to ensure that nothing is missed in the spirit of protecting the best interest of the organization. When it comes to keeping the lights on, that panel will not have the wherewithal to impact on that. We do have an independent reviewer that the board operation committee caused to be appointed. There's an engineering technical analyst organization that started working with us at late February, where from now on, when we do the systems update, when we give an update, as we soon will be doing a winter update to the public, they will have the benefit of checks and balances of ensuring that, because there's been this outcry that often what Eskom reports is not reliable in terms of maybe we say we're going to be on stage 4 and then soon after there's stage 5 or whatever. They will be able to come behind and give assurance of the quality of the reporting alongside the generations recovery plan that I spoke to. So there is that, but that's separate from the legal counsel. The legal counsel is there to give assurances that when the board at the end of the reporting cycle says, this is what we're doing about some of these allegations, there's an independent voice that would have looked at whether what we're doing is indeed in line with the integrity and the intent of what we're saying about cleaning up Eskom and restoring its governance integrity.
Thanks, Chair. The financial implications, because we don't want to come back to Advocate Mthibi and his team and address other issues that should have been prevented. Thank you.
Just to make sure I get it clearly, the financial implications of the legal counsel review or the financial implications of the turnaround plan?
Of the legal, independent legal panel.
So this will be drawn from lawyers that are already, in terms of procurement, within the pre-approved procurement system. So it shouldn't be something that becomes exorbitant, because these are already lawyers doing different work for Eskom. So you would then cherry pick 2 or 3 that then work around this matter. So I don't foresee that it would be something that would break the bank.
I'm done, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Konto. Mazambane, and then we'll come to Honorable Pukas, or Honorable Liz, and then Honorable Pukas. Right?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm afraid it is my opinion, Mr. Chairman, and no doubt it'll be opposed, but I've seldom seen an exercise of obfuscation quite as successfully done as this morning, but perhaps it's rivaled by the minister himself, Minister Gordhan. And it is disappointing, because really the country faces massive challenge of energy supply, which has consequences for every single citizen, and indeed for the economy and jobs. So it's been quite a long morning, but I'd like to address my question to, I think it's Advocate Pillay at the back. In terms of this much now maligned private investigation report, sometimes called intelligence report, you were present, you say, in July last year with this meeting with various security agencies, and you've said, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Mr. De Ruyter briefed them about this private investigation. Where is that the case? That's my first question, and you can answer my second question. When did you become aware of that private investigation? Please don't tell me that you were not officially told about it or nothing was communicated, but when did you become aware of it? If you were serving on this joint committee with various security agencies, they were aware of it. They told us yesterday they were aware of it. So if you're going to say to me you weren't aware of it, I'll be very surprised, but I'd have to accept your word for it and try and find out why you weren't aware of it. But I believe that you perhaps were aware of it. And when were you becoming, even if you didn't see a copy of it, when did you become aware of it? And please simply answer the question and don't give me a long story about the processes and so on. Just directly answer me.
Thank you, Chair, through you, and thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. So, indeed, at the meeting on the 5th of July, where I did state that I was present, when Mr. De Ruyter briefed the committee at that point, he made no mention of an intelligence report. Neither did he make any mention of a private company that was doing work. He purely addressed the committee on threats of sabotage that he believed was going to unfold. He also used the narrative.
No, that's fine, thank you. You've answered the first question. So when did you become aware of the report?
So I did not become aware of any report per se.
The investigation, not the report.
So in terms of the investigation, I became aware of the involvement of the private company. This was around the end of September when Mr. De Ruyter made statements of a bugging device in his vehicle, and at that point in time indicated that he had used the private company. It was only at that point that I became aware of this private entity that was being utilized.
Thank you very much. So September last year, you were aware of it. So it's not true then to say the executive, because I believe you form part of the executive, was not aware of it until it was announced by Andre de Ruyter at his E-News or whatever it was. So, Mr. Chairman, let me now move on then. So we hear from the chair of the board. He's speaking for his board. On the one hand, we have de Ruyter saying that he did inform the new board. We have the chair of the board denying that de Ruyter informed the new board. And he then tells us about a WhatsApp group or something between board members. Teams group. So he's speaking on behalf of other board members. I would like to hear, Mr. Chairman, from each of the board members here present, for the record, because this is going to become a major issue as we go forward, as to who's telling the truth. And we will find out who has the truth. And I would like each board member present to simply say that they were not informed, yes or no, by de Ruyter. That's all, just a yes or no. I don't need a long story about where they were, what time of the day it was, how many cups of tea they'd had.
All right. Maybe what you can do, Chair, Prof, please. All right, let's do this. Chair, you will start with your board members who are present to indicate when they became aware of the investigation and or report, and then we'll go to the executives who are present, and those that are not, to get it in writing to us. Today is Wednesday. Spend next week, because it's just to indicate. So you will give guidance, Chair, of those who are here in the board. Just to that pointed question.
There's two members of the board present behind me, Babin Chalinchali and Dr. Von Eck.
So Kalanga and then move to.
Now, Kalanga, now it's true that we had it on the interviews, and
may I suggest you speak for yourself and not with the royal we? When did you hear about it?
I had it. I didn't see the interviews per se. I only had I only see it when it was in the circulation and the sector, and then in the WhatsApp group that we have, people were asking about it.
No, thank you. The WhatsApp group.
So you would be February 2023 when you first heard about it. That's when they interviewed Ed. February 2023.
Yeah, that's what I'm. I don't remember the dates because
no,
I didn't
see. No, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine.
Good afternoon, Claudel Fonek. In terms of awareness that there was an external process through the media, I can't give you exact date, but also in terms of an actual report in existence through the media.
Thank you. That was nice and brief. So I assume that what you're saying is that it wasn't at a board meeting as stated by Andre de Ruyter.
To be clear, I think that what Andre is referring to, when he mentioned an investigation, I will speak for myself. I was under the understanding that he was talking about what is happening in the context of Eskom. There was nothing that gave me a very clear indication that there is an external investigation that is being run outside. The executives are not aware of it. So in what he's referring to, and I think I know what Andre is referring to, it wasn't clearly stated as what we know has really transpired.
So Andre did then inform the board that there was an investigation. He simply didn't clarify who was doing the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but it also sounded like it, as you would expect that there would be investigations within the context of the organization internally.
The point is that he did tell you that there was an investigation. Whether you assumed it was internal or external is not the point I'm asking.
Zamban, I'm sorry. This point is, Mr. De Ruyter's submission says, I informed the new board of Eskom of the intelligence operation at a meeting held at Eskom Academy of Learning in November 2022. Is that the meeting you are referring to? But of course, the interpretation may have been different.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain of the date, but that is, I think, what is being referred to.
Perhaps you remember where the meeting took place?
We had those, I think that was at the Academy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarity. The executives aren't members of the board. No one here of the executive is a member of the board, and Andre's De Ruyter's statement says he informed the board. So if we had an executive who was a member of the board, or is a member of the board, then yes, I would like them to make that statement. Is there such an executive? We still haven't really got to terms with this huge number of people here.
Yeah, no, there isn't. The executives that are members of the board is the CFO and the group chief executive.
That's as I understand it, yeah. We have an acting CFO here, and presumably he might have been at the board meeting that Andre refers to. Can he speak for himself? Was he there?
No, as far as I can recall, I was not at that meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's important we clarify issues. I found it somewhat disturbing the length at which Eskom, and I forget which of you, went to prove that Tutuka couldn't possibly have seen a saving of 100 million rand per month on diesel, and as if that's now going to achieve anything. The point is, if you read the statement, I don't read it as a saving at Tutuga. It says the theft of fuel oil at Tutuga is well documented. And in curtailing this, the theft of fuel oil, I assume, Eskom saved an estimated 100 million rand per month. So is it feasible that the steps taken to control the theft of fuel oil in Eskom, not at Tutuga, resulted in 100 million rand saving? Why is it so important to prove that De Ruyter was referring to Tutuga and therefore